Good evening. We have been in closed session. City Manager, do we have any actions to report out?
I have no items to report, Your Honor. Does the City Attorney have any items to report on?
We do not.
Thank you. I'd like to welcome everyone joining us in Toyota Meeting Hall, along with everyone watching remotely. Moving on to the flag salute and invocation. We honor those who make it possible for us to be here today. If there's anyone here in the audience who is on active duty or a military veteran, please stand or raise your hand so that we may recognize you. Now please rise, and Councilman Gerson will lead us on the flag salute, and Councilman Kaji for the invocation.
Heavenly Father, thank you for bringing us together tonight for another City Council meeting. We want to think about what happened this past weekend and the tumultuous political environment that we are now in. We pray for our president. We pray for our former president. We pray for all those who are engaged in the political process. May you bring peace, healing, and unity to our country and remind us that we are all Americans. In your name we pray, amen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Item 3, I'll take a motion to waive further reading of resolutions and ordinances after number and title.
So moved.
Second. I need their names on there.
Councilmember Gerson? Yes. Councilmember Kaji?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Councilmember Sheikh?
Yes.
Mayor Chen?
Yes. Announcements of withdrawn, deferred, and our supplemental items.
Thank you, Your Honor. Honor Metropolitan City Manager. There are supplemental materials available online on the city website at torranceca.gov for the following items. Item 7, oral communications. Item 9A, City Attorney, adopt resolution related to national opioid litigation settlement with Kroger Company. Item 9B from City Clerk, City Manager, and City Attorney, discuss and give direction on City Charter City Council compensation. And lastly, 9C from City Manager to approve enhanced recruitment retention incentive pilot program. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Moving on to council committee meetings and announcements. First one would be Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to ask for concurrence from my colleagues on the City Council to bring back an update from the Police Department on the status and impact, if any, of using the California Vehicle Code to enforce e-bike violations in the city. As we strive to ensure the safety and well-being of our residents, it's critical that we understand and evaluate our current regulations in comparison to those of our neighboring beach communities who have adopted ordinances due to the volume and activity on the Strand. Do I have council concurrence?
I think it was a 7-0. You got concurrence?
Thank you.
Looks like Councilwoman Lewis, you have the next one as well.
I do. I'd like to also ask for concurrence from my colleagues on the City Council for staff to bring back an item for discussion and possible action on the matter of the City of Torrance to join the California Contract Cities Association as members. We would like to learn more about the cost and the benefits of joining and whether our city could benefit with aligning with an organization that provides a voice for cities in California for local control. Do I have council concurrence?
1, 2. I see 3, so there's no concurrence. Okay.
Thank you.
Next item, Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm very pleased to announce to the community who are passionate especially about pickleball that we've created a new trending topic online just for the sport. The City of Torrance is committed to enhancing recreational opportunities to all residents, and in line with this commitment, we're pleased to announce that comprehensive information about pickleball is now available on our trendingintorrance.com website. This dedicated resource includes everything you need to know about pickleball in Torrance, from court locations to open play schedules. So whether you're a seasoned player or new to the sport, I encourage you to visit trendingintorrance.com for information on pickleball, as well as updates on other trending topics in Torrance. And know that the City of Torrance is committed to support this very popular recreational activity. Thank you.
Thank you. The Torrance Investment Advisory Committee will be holding their meeting on Wednesday, July 24th from 4 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. The location will be a West Annex Commission meeting room. I have one item that I've added. I'm gonna look into our city attorney. We received a multitude of emails regarding the draft changes to the city charter from our last council meeting with regards to removing Article 15. There were much misunderstanding for some members of the public, so I'd like to ask the city attorney to repeat what was shared at the last council meeting to clarify the draft and what it does or what it does not do.
Yes, Your Honor, Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney. The majority of emails that I saw were relating to the Article 15 and the airport fund. All the recommendation of staff as well as council took action on was to remove Article 15 from the charter. No other funds are in the charter currently. Any other funds that had previously been removed, so they're not in there. So all this does is clean the charter up, make it consistent. It does not close the airport. It does not eliminate the airport fund. It just is going to be handled as all the other funds, the general fund, enterprise funds, all the other funds will be handled just as they are, but they're not being eliminated. It's just a misrepresentation.
Thank you very much, which means there's still the airport fund budget. It's just not written in the charter.
Correct, and there are no other funds or budgets in the charter,
Okay, great.
other than the adoption of the budget.
Got it. All right. Moving on to, no, we're not, this is still just announcements right now. We're not, this is not even an agenda item yet. Moving on to oral communications number 1, which we're about to get there. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comments on items under the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. Under the Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed. Request clarification, refer the item to staff. Speakers under oral communications are only limited to oral communication number 1, oral communications number 2, and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. Time starts when you step up to the microphone. If presenting handout material to council, please provide 11 copies to city clerk. Handouts will be distributed while you speak. City clerk, do we have anyone?
Rick Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I do want to ask a question on Article 15. It's in the charter for a purpose. I don't know what that purpose is. It's now being taken out. It's a situation where I agree that there's no other funds in the charter, but it was in there for a purpose. And I wanted to know what the impact, it's in there right now. So what's the impact of it in the charter? And when we take it out, it sounds to me like it's just a cleanup. I'm not sure that that's the case, but I would like some clarification on that. Secondly, in my final 26 seconds, I would like to suggest that the council go back to the way it used to be, where you would discuss an item first, and then we'd have a chance for the public to comment. I think it's valuable for us as public to know what your thinking is ahead of time so that we can react to your thinking rather than just coming up and sprouting our ideas, and we have no idea what you think about them. So I would encourage you to go back to the other way. Thank you.
Charles Salinas.
Good evening. Tonight I'd like to use my minute to maybe bring some relief to the Torrance bus operators. Their job is so stressful. They got people going crazy in the bus, people walking in the streets outside the bus, distracted drivers. Now, nobody wants to get stuck behind the bus, but please, we have to let them back into traffic. When you see that traffic left-hand turn signal that he's ready to come back into traffic, let him in. He's doing his job. He's carrying 30 or more people. We're one person in a car. Now, there's a situation where the bus driver doesn't know whether to come in or the car beside him is going to speed up or not. If you flash your lights, that's a sign the bus driver can pull in, traffic can keep moving, and we'll be on our way. Everybody cooperating for a greater good. Thank you.
Carrie?
Good evening. I understand that you have been and are still going through the process of firing officers, and that is the job. And that is what should be happening. Given what all has transpired, the things that they exposed Torrance and embarrassed Torrance, right? And police fire cops all the time when they're exposed by them or embarrassed by them, and it happens swiftly and decisively. So rarely do they fire a cop for killing someone or for flatly murdering someone. I mean, sometimes when it's very publicly exposed, and even then, rarely. And then, if there is no public video or witness, if no one is watching, they sure don't. Create an independent civilian oversight commission. Say his name, Christopher DeAndre Mitchell.
Sherry?
Stop protecting Torrance police and show the citizens of Torrance that you have the courage and moral fiber to defend citizens against cops who murder, harass, and lie. Christopher DeAndre Mitchell was executed without a trial or evidence on suspicion of a petty crime within 15 seconds of being approached. Is this the type of government you swore to uphold? I demand justice for his family and for the entire community of Torrance by way of establishing an independent civilian oversight commission to provide necessary transparency and accountability for the Torrance Police Department.
Audrey?
Imagine that you have been assaulted by someone. Would you go to their house, knock on their door, and report them to their brothers, sisters, friends, uncles, cousins? Would you give those people the evidence you have to corroborate your claim? Would you ask them for help in getting evidence that they have? How would you expect that to go? Would you give your more personal information to them? Would you expect your witness to provide their information? Where do you think that would go? There needs to be a separate, independent entity and a place where complaints can be filed other than with the Torrance Police Department. Create an independent civilian oversight commission and do it now.
Marianne?
Very easily take the current personnel civil service commission that you have, or whatever we call that, and make it on another night, make it at an accessible time, like once a month, and provide a space that is not at the police department, right? Where folks can show up and speak their piece before you go to closed session to discuss personnel issues, right? And have a place where they can be supported when you come out and announce what your determination is. And then create a separate desk, not in the PD, but in City Hall offices where folks can report their complaints to a civilian clerk, right? Say his name, Christopher DeAndre Mitchell.
No one else has signed up prior to the start of the meeting.
All right, so for anyone else in the public who wishes to speak, please step up to the microphone. You have 1 minute once you start.
Yeah, my name is Mr. Ortiz. I'm from District 2. Last time I came here, I asked you guys to make this a 2-minute thing like Redondo Beach does. Obviously, you guys didn't listen or you don't pay attention. Obviously, by going by district, you guys still don't do nothing. I don't think any one of you have walked through your district and talked to any of your district people to see what's wrong with their area. I could drive through Torrance and I can tell there's stuff that isn't done right or hasn't been fixed. And there's no reason why you guys can't do it, especially the mayor and my District 2 representative. You guys don't even walk through that area. And the way you guys look, you look dumbfounded. You look like a bunch of ducks in a whirl right there. So you guys, I don't know. And I can tell by the turnout right here, a lot of the city people don't really care. I've talked to city people and they don't really care about you guys. I mean, they're really negative against the city council. And that's because you guys aren't out there talking to them or asking them. Maybe you talk to your neighbor, that's about it. But that's all I got to say for now. Thank you.
Anyone else from the public who wish to speak?
Hello everyone, this is Andy Porchop. I have a good news. I'm tired of fighting the bulge. As you can see, I'm getting bigger and bigger. So my agent and me decided I'm gonna become a sumo wrestler. And my new name is gonna be Stretch Mark. And I'm moving to Japan. I just have to find a house close to the airport because I want to feel at home. You know, I want to feel at home. And so no more pork chop. From now on, it's going to be Stretch Mark. Anyway, I hope this is a good news for you. If anybody knows what happened to Mr. Henry, please let me know or leave a message on my YouTube channel. And I'm looking for a great meeting, and these people, whatever they said, I second them.
Anyone else from the public who wish to speak? Please go to the microphone. Okay, we'll move on to the consent calendar, which there aren't any. Moving on to administrative matters. Item 9A from the city attorney. Is there a staff presentation?
Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney. Just briefly, Your Honor, this is a recommendation of the City Attorney that the City Council adopt a resolution to participate in the national opioid litigation settlement with Kroger Company and to appoint the city manager as the city's authorized representative to apply for and accept funds in the future to address the opioid epidemic in Torrance.
Thank you very much. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this item? Please step up to the microphone.
Hi, this is Andy Porchop again. You guys lucky I care, and I looked it up on the internet. It's a very good thing because lots of people addicted to legal and illegal drugs. Unfortunately, I could use a bunch of these opioids, but it's very hard to find a doctor to prescribe you. So people go to the street and they buy illegal drugs and worse drugs. But anyway, so you also did not represent this to the people. This is about millions of dollars coming in for you to fight the drug problem, and then first you divided the big bulk of money for small little part of money, just like the homeless crisis. Billions of dollars spent in California and more homeless on the people. So you're going to spend billions of dollars drug money or whatever, and it's going to on the street. I use my time. Thank you for the minute.
I was almost going to say stretch mark, but anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item? If not, does any members of the council have questions or comments on this item? Councilman Shea.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Sullivan, do you know how much are we going to get in city? Any idea?
It depends on the amount of states and then subdivisions within each state that actually applies. So it's
thousands
it'll
of
be done after
subdivisions.
after it's all done, when all the cities jump in by August 12th, I believe. The total amount is 1.4 billion across the country.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Anyone else from the council? I don't see any. City Clerk, may I have a number and title, please? And
Yes,
then I'll
sir.
take a motion.
Yes, Your Honor, this is resolution number 2024-52, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, approving participation in nationwide opioid settlement litigation with Kroger Co., and appointing the city manager as the city's authorized representative, and authorizing the city manager to take all reasonable and necessary actions.
Motion to concur and adopt resolution 2024-52.
Second.
You had a question? You had a question?
Councilmember Gerson,
That was a yes.
Councilmember Kaji,
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani,
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis,
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci,
Yes.
Councilmember Shake,
Yes.
Mayor Chen.
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Item 9B, from the City Clerk, City Manager, and City Attorney. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, Your Honor, Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney. This is a recommendation of the City Clerk, City Manager, and City Attorney that the council discuss and give direction to staff regarding City Council compensation as a potential amendment to the city charter. On July 2nd, the council adopted and made changes to staff's recommendation to various charter amendments. It adopted all the charter amendments except for the current 604, which is now renumbered as Section 404, which is for council compensation. That section, the vote on that tied to set it to minimum wage 3 to 3. There was a motion for reconsideration, which brought it back for tonight, so that Councilmember Kaji could be present, and this is the time for the council to discuss that section.
Thank you. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this item? Please come to the microphone. Unless the city clerk has someone who already signed up. Okay.
Hello, everyone. This is Porchop. Lucky day I read the thing online. So, in my opinion, you know, this is a job. What people shouldn't be compensated for it. They should do it as a civil service. You know what I mean? Once you pay somebody, and then if you pay somebody, you're paying a ridiculous minimum wage. You know, it's either for free or you know, substantial amount of money. But in my opinion, as just Ms. Kalani said last time, why don't you pay some more police officers? You know what I mean? Because now comes the time when we need more police officers. You're going to see it in the future. Stealing, robbing, murdering, it's coming up. I cannot go to the grocery store without seeing people stealing and coming to my house and tell me they're going to.
Okay, anyone else from the public wish to speak on this item?
Hello, Mayor, Chen and Council, Beamer. I feel that you've probably read all of my comments on this over the several meetings we've had on discussion on this, and I appreciate that you understand why I just finally realized I had to explain what my reasoning was for the differences in what I feel would be appropriate to what was decided by staff. And also clarification on the minimum wage and how it calculated and how it worked out. And on that, this is an item that you could decide to defer, like you decided to defer on the changing of a possible change on the city council's election dates. That's something else you could consider doing if you don't feel it would be appropriate at this time with everything else on there, that you may lose a lot of votes just because of this one thing.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? Please come to the mic. If not, we'll come back to the council. Any members of the council who wish to speak? Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. I think this might be coming to you, Ms. Poyet. My concern was and still remains that putting all of this together as one ballot measure, I don't want this one issue to sink all of the other recommendations that need to move forward. I believe you said there was an associated cost if we separated this one issue out from all of the other ones. So first, what is that cost? And then either for you or Mr. Sullivan, what would that mean for the ballot measure? Could we separate this one issue out?
Councilwoman, I don't have that cost at this time. I believe that we provided the quote at a prior meeting for the one measure. I don't know if the city attorney remembers. Yeah, oh, that's fine, I'm looking for it. But there is, every time you put a ballot measure on, it's a cost per ballot measure. Mm-hmm. Hold on one second, let me see if I can find that last quote.
That's okay, I just wanted to make sure, because I still have that concern that you could have an issue just like this that would just completely be the reason that the entire measure fails. And I just want to see what I don't remember what the difference was between putting this on there within all the other ballot measures. But if you guys find that, we can get back to it.
Okay, Councilman Matucci, are you the next one? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I know we beat this one to death last meeting. I still stand with the idea that if the voters don't think that we're worth at least minimum wage, then there's a problem with the way we do our job, I guess, because I'm actually the council member that would least benefit from this since I'm termed out in 2 years. And yet I'm pushing for it because I really do think that in order to attract younger, working class people, we need to at least alleviate some of their financial burden of being here, having to work. Now, keep in mind, being on the city council is not just one meeting every 2 weeks. There's a daily commitment, and I don't think there's anybody here that doesn't do something city-related each and every day. Besides events and stuff like that, ribbon cuttings. I mean, we're talking about meeting after meeting after meeting. We meet with the public. We meet with developers, new businesses coming into town, businesses leaving. I mean, there's so much that's being done, so much time that gets spent. And yes, I know that when we signed up, it was $100 a month. The city is generous enough, I should say the taxpayers are generous enough to help us out with health insurance, car allowance, but there is a cost to being here. I mean, quite honestly, I just don't think that you need to be financially independent or retired to do this. I think if we want to attract more people to run for city council or mayor, we need to compensate, at least at the minimum wage, which to me, it's ridiculous that that we're even arguing over that amount. It's called minimum wage for a reason. It's the minimum that we should be compensated, in my opinion. And quite honestly, the comparison with the police officer, I think it's a little bogus considering we have so many vacancies already that we can't fill. The departments are well-funded thanks to not just our budget before SST, but also in addition with SST funds. So I just don't see how that comparison makes any sense, with all due respect. And also, I'd like to add that we have 7 individuals up here that are dedicating, time and money, because again, it shouldn't cost out of pocket to do this. And if we really truly want to attract people, it shouldn't be based on what we can do financially. So if I'm making $150,000, $200,000, $300,000 a year, I should make my decision based on the future, not necessarily myself. So yeah, I can afford to be here, and that's why I'm here. I've been here for 6 years. But the next person that's going to take my spot eventually may not be able to be in the same position, and may not want to run for office, knowing the time commitment and the fact that you may not be able to do a 9-to-5 job, a regular 9-to-5 job. It's very difficult to do both. So what are we going to attract in the future if we don't have at least a minimum compensation? And I don't think it's really about money at the end. It's not really about money. It's about what's fair. And to me, people that work should be compensated at least at the minimum. And quite honestly, if we're in fear of not passing a measure because of one item, one could argue that any of those items could be what people don't vote, they'll vote yes or no on it. So I mean, we're talking about a big long list that we're putting into one item. I wish the cost would be reasonable enough to where we can separate into multiple items and people could vote that way, but that's just not financially possible. So I stand on putting it in there, and then if it doesn't pass, then so be it. If we're not worth minimum wage, then again, we're doing something wrong here. Thank you.
City Clerk, I think, has the response.
Yes, I did a quick estimate on the county's calculator, and for 2 measures, it would be $395,302.56.
Okay. Thank you very much. Anyone else from the council? Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. Just quickly, and remind me of the cost for the one measure, please.
Give me one moment so I can bring that up.
Okay, well, I'll just make a couple of comments. Thank you, Councilmember Lewis. I too believe that if this is bundled together, it could impact the overall measure. And I just want to remind people that 6 out of the 7 council members here work. Some of us more than full-time jobs. And that's what it was not about, getting compensated when we all signed up. So at the very least, we might consider, if we want to put through a compensation increase, that maybe it's not for the people sitting on the council, but for the next people that are elected. But that's a whole different conversation. For me, it's just too soon. Very recently, we went to the public and we said the city's in dire need of income. We passed SST. Our residents believed us. So I think it's just too soon to compensate each and every one of us $33,000, over $250,000 we're looking at compensating us. I am just not comfortable about that. Yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you. Ms. Rebecca? Oh, okay.
Thank you. Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. For me, the primary reason for this request is to update the charter. The charter has been outdated. There are some verbiage in the charter which are literally illegal. It's time to make change to reflect where we stand now. It's nothing about salary for me. It is about updating this document. I've been serving this community for 10 years. Some of my colleagues here, they have been serving for 15, 20 years. I don't think this will make us rich, or the intention is to make us rich. The intention is to update this outdated charter. And this is very important. Like I said, if you were in last meetings, I'm not going to go over some of the verbiage we had in this charter. They were illegal, they were wrong information. Consider this needs change and come to the real correct documents. Last time when we had SST, the message was clear. We need to raise funds to keep all the city services to our communities. That was in jeopardy. And this time, with the help of our community, with the help of our staff, we are working hard to bring businesses here. We are working hard to increase revenue for the city. We are working hard to make things better. Having this in mind, I personally have commented so many times that I take our staff and go to the city, certain hotspots, and show them where we have problems. It has been going on for years. If you're not aware of this, please update yourself. This is, again, important for us to update this charter. This is important for us to come to the 21st century. This is a really updated, and we need to stress what the message we're gonna give to our community. This is not for our council to become rich on this. Some of our councils, they're deciding to donate this money to a good cause. But the idea is to upgrade this outdated charter. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the council? Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'd like to thank my colleagues for their input on this. I did have an opportunity to view the last council meeting, which I missed because I was at a certain baseball game in which the Dodgers won. But I know that for the charter amendment, I have my own views, and let me share what some of those views are. The city of Torrance has grown substantially from when it was founded to this date. We currently run an annual budget of about $500 million a year. And so when I look at the responsibility that this council has for setting policy for a multi-billion-dollar enterprise, I believe that an adjustment, and even a modest adjustment as I view this, to reflecting minimum wage would be appropriate. I do have a concern when I look at at those who may have an interest in serving on the council, especially those who are mid-career professionals. For these individuals and for those who have families, they know what the challenges are if they do have children, if they do have to pay for childcare, or in some instances for these individuals, they now have to assume the cost of senior care for their senior parents. And so I do believe that to serve as an incentive for some individuals to actually step forward to seek elected office and then to serve, this would provide some incentive for them to at least take care of those costs so that those who are mid-career, who are, say, in the dealing with issues that we are facing as a city, they can draw from their professional experience, and I believe that the citizens of Torrance would value from that direct input. Lastly, I do believe that the charter amendment is way overdue. We have this opportunity, and I trust the residents of the city of Torrance to see what we need and what the advantages would be by this update to our charter. So having reviewed the last meeting and also talking to those in my district and also others in and around the city, I will support this charter amendment. Thank you.
Any other members of the council has questions or comment? No, I'm just looking to, if someone wants to say something, raise your hand. I'm not, I just want to give you an opportunity. Oh, Councilman Gerson.
So, when I ran for school board, I had a higher calling. People look at me and go, why would you take a
I'm sorry, Councilmember
Councilor,
Gerson,
click
can you
in?
turn on your mic?
The light is green. All right, now you can hear me.
Sorry.
And then pull back just a little. I'm glad it's on now. Just what I said is, you know, when I ran for school board, people asked me, why did I take a $92,000 pay cut to move from teaching to serve the community? It was a higher calling. The same thing when I came here. I came here to serve, and it wasn't the money that spoke to me, it was the job. And what everyone has said is true. We put in so much time, and yes, every day. However, compensation should not be the thing that drives people towards this position. It should be the desire to serve the community. And so that's the reason why I voted the way I did, and will continue to, because I want people who sit up here who love Torrance and love serving the people of Torrance.
Thank you very much. I guess I'll say a few words here. Hearing everyone here, I've been here for 6 years as an elected, and I would be voting in favor of this. I think I don't want to make the implication that just because we vote for this does not mean we do not like Torrance. I think we all like Torrance. I think all the city staff here are a top-notch city staff, and we always try to compensate them well. In this particular case, we're talking about the compensation of the 7 elected that has never been changed since 1947. And we are a growing, a vibrant city, and for our future, as we update the charter amendment, to have a compensation adjustment that hasn't been adjusted since 1947, I think it's been long overdue. And it's not because anyone here is greedy for a suggested minimum wage. I know that some other councilman from the nearby city once told me this is probably against the law that you guys aren't even compensated minimum wage. So I think for the future of our city and the responsibility, like Councilman Kaji said, it does make sense. Minimum wage is not, it's a blip in our $500 million annual budget. Our police is fully budgeted. Just want to make sure everyone knows that. As a matter of fact, on the next item, we're going to talk about even doing more stuff that we have funding. So definitely, the approval of this is not going to affect any staffing in the city of Torrance. I want to make sure everyone is clear. We actually have about a 200 full-time employee vacancy even as of today. And we're always looking for good people to work for our city. And yeah, I think we should do that for our elected as well. Any other council members want to speak, or are we ready for a motion? Councilwoman Kalani.
Mr. Sullivan, is it illegal for us to be compensated in the way we are currently?
To be compensated at $100 a month?
Correct.
No. There's some councils that actually don't get paid at all.
Okay, thank you.
Just to clarify, that was another councilman from another city said that to me, even though I did not agree with him, but I understand. Okay, do I have any, how do we want to proceed?
I move that we include the compensation in the item for ballot.
Second.
Councilmember Gerson,
No.
Councilmember Kaji,
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani,
No.
Councilmember Lewis,
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci,
Yes.
Councilmember Shake,
Yes.
Mayor Chen.
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Gerson and Councilmember Kalani voting no.
Moving on to item 9C from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Honorable Body. Jamie Lay, City Manager's Office. Item 9C is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council approve an enhanced recruitment and retention incentive pilot program in the amount of approximately $4,625,000 a year. The following are the categories included in the proposed recruitment and retention package: police officer recruitment incentive new hire, police officer recruitment incentive lateral, retention bonus sworn, retention bonus professional staff, public safety dispatcher recruitment incentive new hire, public safety dispatch recruitment incentive lateral, and early retirement and resignation notification. Funding is available in the general fund's fiscal year 2024-25 operating budget, and it is anticipated to be available in subsequent fiscal years. Staff recommends that council approve the additional recruitment and retention incentives outlined in the item to further advance efforts and restore staffing to pre-pandemic levels and provide the highest level of service to the community. The pilot program will not exceed 5 years, and staff will provide annual updates to the City Council on progress. Concurrently, staff are engaging with labor groups to draft side letters for formal approval by council at a future date. Police Chief Jay Hart and staff are available for questions.
Thank you. This moment, are there any members of the public who has signed in to speak? Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on the item? This item, please come up to the microphone.
This is pork chop. I just speak on it so you don't think that the public doesn't care. I think we need a good police force in the future, better than that was before. And I'm very happy for the cleaning up thing, you know, even if it goes in secretly. But just one question you should ask. How come the very well-paid positions here in the Torrance Police Department and the best, according to, what was that guy name? Furry, you know, Furry, who calls me an asshole. Anyway, so how come the world best police department, nobody wanna come here? You know, nobody lining up. Why? Why? It cannot be the money. You're paying them shitload of money. Officers got over $400,000. Officer, not sergeant, not captain, not...
Your time is up, sir. Yeah. Anyone else who wishes to speak on this item?
Mr. Ortiz from District 2. Again, I didn't quite get what the heck you guys were talking about. Are you talking about a pay raise for the police department or what? It was all mumbo jumbo to me, whatever you guys were talking about. Charter this, charter that. Compensation didn't mean nothing. I just didn't get it. I mean, you guys don't even compensate teachers for working overtime when they go to work, and they work 3 times harder than you guys, so what basically are you guys talking about? I didn't understand it at all. So if you guys can come back again, because you don't even have any agenda paperwork out here that I could follow you guys on. And you usually do have paperwork of the agenda. Lately, you guys haven't even been laying it out here. I guess this would save a couple of bucks. Obviously, you have to do new, sorry, getting off track. Anyway, I didn't get what the heck the issue was about. If you can clarify it for me, it'd be great.
Thank you, sir. I'll do a very simple way. This agenda item is an item for the council that we're offering various positions within the police department, incentives to retain our staff and to attract better and new talent. The shortage of police office staff is nationwide, and we're not unique. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item? Okay, we'll come up to the council. Any member of the council who has, Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to first thank the Torrance Police Officers Association and Torrance Police Commanders Association for meeting with me and helping me understand what's important to contribute to the success of the police department. And that was attract new police officers and retain the officers that we have. So I just want all of them to know that you have been heard. I want to thank Danny and Ian for meeting with me quickly after that and initiating a meeting that began this process of looking at how we could create a sustainable program that would benefit and reward officers for the good jobs they do. And then you have to thank, again, Ian, Jamie, Chief Hart, Assistant Chief Dunn, for putting together probably the most comprehensive program for not only the police department sworn officers, but also for non-sworn staff members that support the officers. So I appreciate all the work that went into this, and I hope and I know the residents that I have talked to are very much appreciative of it, because safety has always been a priority for the residents, the businesses, the employees that come in to work in our city, the people that visit our city, and the people that play and shop here as well. So thank you very much, and of course I am in very much support of this.
Thank you. Any other members of the council who wish to speak or have a question on this item? Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. I also wanted to thank our staff for giving us the detailed information about this. And just to clarify for the public and give more information to the public, this is not an additional budget funding for the police. This is approved funding to use the leftover funding to incentivize new officers and retain our current existing officers. And Ms. Poisson, would you mind please clarifying that for the public, that this budget amount is approved budget amount, not additional funding, if you please, in your own finance words, please.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the Council. Sheila Poisson, Finance Director. The intention of this package is to utilize the existing vacancy savings under the police department. Should there be any anticipated, as in the report states, years in which there are amounts over those savings, the citywide vacancy savings is anticipated to be well over what is needed for this package. And to clarify, any figures in that in the staff report are also the kind of, I should say, worst case scenario. So let's say we filled every single position tomorrow, that would be the number that is necessary. And again, as stated in the report, it is a pilot program. So at any point in time, the city manager or the city council can pull the program if needed.
Thank you so much. Just to add to that, this is because nationwide there are crises of hiring officers. And this is very critical for us to provide the services. And thanks to our chief for his leadership to the community to show how hard he's working to provide, to save the properties and lives of our community. And it requires us to have more officers. It requires us to have quality officers. Even with all those things going around, we still hiring quality officers. And that's what is costing these kind of strategy. Again, approved budget, using vacancy money, we're not using any additional funding, and we're trying to provide the community the services they're expecting from us. And again, thank you to our staff, our chief, our police officers for their service. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the council who wish to speak? Just lift your hand a little bit. Oh, Councilman Kaji.
I also support this. Since we do have the funds in the budget, it makes no sense just to leave the funds sitting where they are. In order to create this type of incentive, I think it's great that we use current funds that are held for vacancies. And to attract the best, we have to pay the best. And I think at this time, for us to come out into the marketplace and to offer these types of incentives to current staff and to those who we're hoping to attract, I think it's timely and the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the council? Councilwoman Kalani?
I was ready to make a motion.
Oh, okay. No, I was going to say I fully support this. You know, I think a lot of the briefings we get, and I see one of the officers here joining Chief Hart, I was told that he had a lot to do with the strategy, recommendations, ideas. Just want to acknowledge Officer Lee here for coming with ideas, because we said this is a nationwide problem. It's not, and then we look at South Bay here, when in California, you know, people are just stealing officers from each other. Almost, you know, I mean, this is a quote-unquote stealing, right? Yeah, and we're just trying to make sure that we, as a vibrant city, a city that is that's growing economically, attracting businesses, and businesses aren't going to come if they do not feel we have a safe community. Your students aren't going to feel safe going to school here. People won't go to our shopping centers if we don't keep them safe. And we're just thinking out of the box, and we really appreciate the ideas, and I will be fully supportive, and I'm very happy that we have this package before us. Now, someone want to take a motion on this?
Yes, please. Motion to approve the enhanced recruitment and retention incentive pilot. That was him again.
Second.
Well, I would have said second, but my microphone's not working.
Councilmember Gerson.
Yes.
Councilmember Kaji.
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis.
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci.
Yes.
Councilmember Sheikh.
Yes.
Mayor Chen.
Gladly, yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Your Honor, before we move on, if I may ask Chief to recognize Sergeant Lee for his efforts and sincere appreciation to TPD for all the work, as well as Chief Dunn and Chief Hart and the entire management and rank and file.
Good evening, Jay Hart, Chief of Police. Yeah, I definitely want to express my sincere appreciation to the Mayor and City Council for the opportunity to bring this forward today. Also to the City Manager's Office and Finance for the teamwork and the partnership. And you know, a huge amount of congratulations and thank you to Sergeant Andrew Lee and his leadership in the organization of bringing a team together and coming up with a program that is the first of its kind in the state of California. From we can tell, it's also the first of its kind in policing in America. It's a program that attracts new talent, new people that have a heart for service to come into the profession. At the same time, it honors experienced police officers across the nation to come here that want to join an innovative team to serve a very special community here in the South Bay. And lastly, it does not leave behind the men and women, sworn and professional staff inside the police department that have been holding the front lines of public safety over the last 3 years. It accounts for them, it honors them with the retention bonuses and the service that they did also. And it's unheard of. And a lot of it comes down to the internal leadership, and Sergeant Andrew Lee is a great example of the leadership that is inside the police department. I'm confident this will enhance our ability to deliver exceptional police services, foster a stronger community, and also make a meaningful difference in the lives of the citizens we serve. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief. And my apologies for calling you officer earlier. Sergeant Lee. All right. Let's go on. There are no hearings, agency agendas, or second hearing. We're moving on to oral communications number 2. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comments on items not on the agenda. Under Ralph and Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Speakers under oral communications number 1 or oral communications number 2 are only allowed to speak during either one and no longer than 1 minute. Time starts when you step up to the microphone. If presenting handout material to council, please provide 11 copies to city clerk before speaking. Handouts will be distributed while you speak. So those who has not spoken during oral communications number 1, you have the opportunity to speak now under oral communications number 2. Are there any? Please come to the mic.
Hi, my name is Jack Valeri. I've met many of you through the TSCA, and it's nice to see you here again. So this is my first city council meeting other than the one that I had been to for the TSCA thing. Just an observation. 1 minute is really quick. I've addressed generals about pretty important topics, and they'll make more time than a minute for folks. And then a second comment would be to Jeremy. When you said that, it's a higher calling, we were talking about attracting younger folks to the city council and mayors and stuff like that, and it shouldn't be about money. That's true for many people, and that's not true for a lot of citizens in the city as well. If you want people that could use that money, maybe full-time payment for that.
Thank you, sir.
Greetings, Mayor Chen and City Council members. I am pleased to invite you to the opening reception for Greenhouse, Houseplants and Contemporary Art and Double Fondo at the Torrance Art Museum on Saturday, July 27th from 6 to 9 p.m. The exhibits will run Tuesday through Saturday from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. until September 14th. In the main gallery, Greenhouse explores the rise and continuing popularity of houseplants and contemporary art, from interior landscapes to living sculptures and beyond. Double Fondo in Gallery 2 is a solo exhibition of the paintings by Mexican artist Guillermo Molinero that examines the practices and imageries of drug trafficking and cartels. For years, Darryl Carey has dazzled museum visitors with his optically delightful installations, dimensionalization, and coalescence. He has a new installation, Liminal Level. Check it out. Trist Nomad Art Fairs and Odyssey Art Sale will return to Doloma Crossing August 23rd and continue through August 25th. Save the dates. For more information about the museum and its...
Thank you very much. Anyone else who wishes to speak for oral communications number 2? Who has not spoken yet? All right, at this moment, I'll take it up to the council for oral communications number 2. Tonight, the order starts with Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor. On July 7th, 2024, the Gunzer Park basketball court reopened, and I wanted to thank the mayor, Councilmember Gerson, also our city manager, who also brought his family team to show us how to make some points. I want to thank John LaRock, also Shant Murgadichian from both Parks and Rec and General Services for their efforts in bringing this basketball court to completion. I know it's been a challenge over the last 2 years with the torrential rains that we've faced here in the city, but we finally got it done, and I was glad to meet a lot of the neighbors. So, and also a shout out to Dan Molinari, who's one of our residents who live in the area, who created a special hat called Gunzer Park. And on his own, he and other volunteers have been planting trees and hand watering them at Gunzer Park. So hats off to you, Dan, and thank you, volunteers and neighbors of Gunzer Park. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to say that I'm honored to work with every member of this council and the staff that is here at the City of Torrance. You have the best staff I think a city can have. Also, I'm just grateful to live in this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. This past weekend, I was able to attend the Independent Cities Association Summer Seminar in San Diego. It was packed with information from other cities and legal opinions on the grants pass decision and how that impacts housing and local control. Also featured there was AI usage in our city, including something that I think Ms. Poirier will be happy about, is AI usage where it comes to public records requests. That seemed to be an overall theme about the time that it takes to meet the Public Records Act requirements, the FOIA requests, and the ability to be able to use AI in order to expedite those requests accordingly. And looking forward to waiting for our city attorney's office to come back for a presentation to actually inform all of us at the same time of how the grants pass decision affects our anti-camping ordinance and homelessness in our area. So there was a lot of packed information. I'm glad I'm not you, because there's a couple of attorneys that says digging down into it, because now you're having to look at two different decisions, because you still have Martin v. Voisey as well. So thank you for all of the research that you guys are going to do on this to bring it back to the community. And also, I just wanted to give a shout out to our community service department and our cable TV department and our public relations manager, Jen, I don't know if she's in the room or not, on a fabulous 4th of July fireworks show. We were happy to have those back. There's just something about fireworks that's special. Being able to just walk through the field and talk to the community and talk to the kids. And one of the kids talked to Councilwoman Kalani and I into being at the bottom of a pyramid, like a cheerleader pyramid. We got pictures. It's fabulous. We did good, I thought. We did an amazing job. She didn't fall, so that's one of the things. And just, all of the engagement was just wonderful. Next time we had people playing soccer on the field. It was phenomenal. So I want to thank all the hard work, the dedication, the foresight to get us back out there, and we can't wait until next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Matucci.
Well, a lot of things were said, and yeah, I do thank staff and also our crews. A lot of times we only thank the people in this room, but there's a whole lot of people out there doing a lot of work out there, and it's amazing how 21 square miles, how much work there is to do. And we do like for the public to let us know. A lot of times when I email staff with an issue is because one of the residents contacted me saying, hey, look, there's a problem on the corner or whatever, can you take a look at it? And then I contact staff. But if the public contacts us, there's a good chance that information is going to go to staff and it'll get taken care of. So we want that public engagement, learn how to get a hold of us in a easiest way possible. I think City Council at torranceca.gov is an email that goes to all of us. So if you want to report something, or you can also download the My Torrance CA app from your smartphones. It's a great app, and I just saw a report that we did a lot of fixing, updates, and I'm sorry? Oh yeah, there it is, the QR code right there behind us. They did update the app, yeah. So there's a lot of great things happening here in Torrance. And, the things that we do need to fix, just let us know. And, if we don't know about it, it's really hard to get it fixed. So I appreciate everyone, and you guys have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Shea.
Thank you,
I guess
Mayor.
that was AI in the background.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I also like to thank our staff, and honestly, there's so much information out there. We try our best to request all of you to keep us engaged, let us know what the issues are. And there are so many different ways you can reach out to the city staff. You can reach us through email, download My Torrance CA app. There are so many ways that you can reach us and engage with us so we could help and fix some of the issues that you have. And it does require effort from both sides. There are 7 of us. We try our best, maybe missing some of the areas. I would request and urge you guys to contact us and help us so we can fix those areas. The intention is there, the hard work, everyone is here to support and make our city the better place to live in. And also, want to thank the staff for July 4th. It was a wonderful family event. We had a great time. The whole family, my whole family was there as well. It was a very well-received event, and I want to thank staff for their hard work in putting this together. And now they're, again, talking about what are the intention, what will they do next year? This is the one-year planning. It does require a lot of work. So thank you, staff, for all your hard work. Thanks.
Thank you very much, and I just want to make sure that I address I agree, Councilman Kaji, that Gunso Park was fun. I haven't played basketball in such a long time, and I see our city manager's nephew, Rafi, might be a future NBA player. He was just burning up the nets. And Community Service Director, John LaRock, thank you for your team, I mean, that's a super flooring basketball court, and he also has a lot of these little plastic basketballs, I think, that are available. And my 2 grandsons, thank you for that. You know, our city does a lot of things well, and I just, you know, public comments just now from all my colleagues here. We're just thanking our city staff, and a lot of things we talked about tonight. You know, we try to hire the best. We try to pay competitively, and even the resident who spoke negatively about us not walking our streets, I asked you to send us an email. You can send me an email. I live in District 2, and I am there all the time. So if there's some place that you believe we have not seen or walked, be very specific so we can address it. A general comment is hard for us to address, but every one of us take our positions of service actually pretty seriously. We get a zillion emails, and we try to respond to them. Just like one of our councilwoman said, with respect to the homelessness situation, we are doing our darn best to make sure that we are addressing the issue compassionately and legally with respect to public safety and public health, and allow our businesses to thrive. And sometimes, you know, when you get old, you actually miss things like that. Like, I get a note that says, "I forgot Councilman Gerson." I just assumed since your microphone's turned off that I was going to skip you tonight. But, and so I will come back to you. Yeah. But, you know, even doing things like this, you know, I'll just finish my long-winded speech since I'm already started. You know, even calling a meeting tonight and getting this whole thing set up and having backup microphones in the back, you know, these are the kind of people we hired that we just want to offer the best we can. And as you see on our last agenda item, we want to provide the kind of pay that's equivalent to kind of work for a top-notch city. The number 3 sales tax generator for the county. It's not done just because we sat around not doing anything. It's because we are working hard, and those statistics don't lie. Councilman Gerson.
So they replaced my microphone, so I think everyone can hear me now. Well, first I have to echo what my colleague said, and you know, I kind of alluded to it at the beginning. My week before, my pre-week before I was installed, I got to meet with all of the directors and in the city manager's office, and walked away so impressed that there absolutely is the best leadership team that our city is in every single department, and that you can tell. And the questions, it didn't matter what I asked. They're all very knowledgeable and readily, have the answers. And even those that didn't have the answer right away, they flipped right to a page that had the answer. And so they're just such a great staff. And I am loving working with all of them. I also have to comment on a couple of other organizations. So I had the pleasure of taking my first tour of the Torrance Refining Company. They spent 3.5 hours with me, answered all my questions. Of course, I won't say all, because I did walk away with probably still 100 questions, but 3.5 hours was long enough to keep them. And I want to thank them as well. Great first meeting, and what they're doing there is pretty amazing. I also had the chance to meet with Sling, and the thing that impressed me about them is immediately was just to say right off the bat, going, that first year we made a mistake, we were so defensive, we didn't listen to the community, and then when the conversation went on to what they learned when they started listening, and that was amazing to hear. And just to give the public a glimpse, we were talking about subjective noise versus objective noise. Objective noise being volume. So when they get to say that their airplanes operate at 35 decibels and that's quiet compared to other planes, but then when we get into frequency or pitch, and understanding that is what they term subjective noise, and what they learned and the process in which that they're working on to improve their planes even more to make them quieter. I can't wait to see the innovation that comes out when they start installing it, to see if that listening, really paid off, and that they will be able to boast that they have the quietest airplanes in the world. And that innovation came from a Torrance company listening to Torrance residents, and I love that. Another thing that comes to mind is, so in February, before I started this job, the Board of Education took personality tests, worked with this guy who goes to multinational corporations and works with CEOs and board of directors, and he assesses them on multiple different personalities, scales, to help them work more efficiently and understand each other. We did intelligence, quotient testing, DISC personality testing, and the one that I talk about tonight is this cluster of kind of these themes and traits. And so I'll just tell you my top 3 traits. So it was selfless, intellectual, altruistic. And I have no shame on that. I think that was right on, and I'm proud of who I've become. But to understand that each of those is a continuum, and on the flip side of one of those is to be resource-driven. And it's important that we know the personalities of those who come to serve us, and understanding that these continuums, and understanding what motivates those who come to sit up here. Are they going to, for example, work with such a great staff? Or as we see more nationally, are we ego-driven? And so it's important, especially locally, that we pick the best leaders. And so when I'm hearing that, into the discussion on pay, I'm thinking about personality, and I'm thinking about who chooses to put their name on the ballot and come to sit up here to represent us. Also, in the comments tonight on Article 15 of the Charter Amendments, as I'm reading all of the emails, seeing what's posted online, I'm just reminded that even at the local level, we don't come to first sources and just trusting what we read on social media. We need to go to those first sources. Come listen to what's happening here, or reach out to the city staff, who every single one of them have impressed me. They are honest, hardworking people who will shoot you straight if you ask them a direct question. When just the misinformation being put out about the airport fund and the purpose, and that in my mind, District 6 is called the airport district for a reason. It is
the biggest resource that we have in District 6. And nobody wants to close it. We want to improve it. And we want to make, in fact, city staff can tell you that I've been asking what kind of events can be done to make the airport feel more, and again, a part of the community, and less of the, oh, some rich guys have man caves and rich airplanes, and it's not Torrance people. And to make people feel like the airport is theirs again, because it is a wonderful resource, and I see so many opportunities there, which in our meeting next week, I have a couple more things to share with you. But anyway, that's where I'll end my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Gerson. In I know your past life, you served on Torrance Unified School Board, and we thank you for that. I know there was a comment earlier, along with charter amendments. Last time, we also struck out all the references for a Torrance School Board. Then for those of you who are attuned to our city, that does not mean we just deleted the Torrance Unified School Board. We have a separate Torrance Unified School Board, 5-member board, a separate budget, a separate superintendent. The city council here has no jurisdiction over the Torrance Unified School District. Just want to make sure that is clear. And as we conclude this evening's meeting, I want to thank you for your active participation. Sometimes we agree, sometimes we disagree. I appreciate your interest in staying informed. Your involvement continues to shape Torrance and keep us moving forward. I want to thank you, City Cable, and all the staff who's provided this temporary meeting place for us, for sharing our meetings live. In case you miss any portion of this meeting, you can find it archived online at torranceca.gov, YouTube, and Facebook. And now, we're going back to work. We're going to go back to closed session because our night is not over. Thank you. Attorney, anything to report out?
Report, nothing to report, thank you.
Was that an echo? At this moment, I'll take a motion to adjourn tonight's meeting.
I move that we adjourn tonight's meeting. Is my microphone working this time? To Tuesday, July 30th, 2024 at 5 p.m. for closed session in the, is this correct? West Annex Commission Meeting Room. Tuesday, July 23rd will be a council dark night.
Second. Second. Second.
Yes.
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 Yes, yes, yes. Too late.
Yes. Thank you and good night.